Can you guys hear me? Is this working? Oh, is this trying to tell me my affiliate anniversary is today? Thank you, Decaf. We're actually going to celebrate on the 6th of September. No lo toque. Sorry, talking to a cat. Is this working? Oh, I hope it's working. Okay, so we're testing a new microphone. Unfortunately, I don't have a setup for this microphone, so that's going to make things interesting. No, actually, I might. Can you guys still hear me? This is still going to be a process, but I think I got it set up. Okay, I have no idea if this is going to work at all, but we are going to test it. Okay. All right. You are super cute. That's not yours. That's not yours. I don't care how cute you are. It's not yours. It's mine. Well, it was mine. Okay, I have no idea how this microphone is working, what it sounds like, so any input would be appreciated. Okay. Something very. Oh, I know. That helps. I have this adorable little face just peeking out from under my desk. She's super cute. Yes, ma'am. Are you gonna do something you shouldn't do? Okay, are you guys hearing me with this all right? I can't even tell. I have a different button watching right now. He's still early. I'm going to begin designing the imagery. Actually, I started on it already. I just need to finish getting it together. Okay, let's see. Really? Is she on the other side? She probably is. Yeah. Really? It's not supposed to be today. They're not supposed to be telling people today. I changed it several times. They're supposed to be telling everybody on the 6th. That's what I set it up to do, was on the 6th. Why is it not? I did select the date. You guys screwed this up so hard. So I guess it doesn't really freaking matter that we're going to celebrate in 2 weeks. Oh, wow. No, I'm not grumpy. I am so sorry. I was going to celebrate in a week, sorry. I set it up so that it would tell everybody in a week that it was going to be the anniversary. So of course it didn't take because that would have been right. I keep trying to take the steps. I just want something to work, you know? I, maybe I should just stop trying. I was excited and Twitch screwed it up. It might be. It's a new mic. I'm still trying to figure it out. Is that better? Sorry. Yeah, well, it wasn't supposed to say that until the actual celebration, which is next week. Now I kind of don't even want to do the anniversary celebration. Twitch likes to screw things up, and they did it. But thank you. Yeah, Twitch just showed me why we shouldn't be. I've been here 5 years. I thought it was worth celebrating. I was going to do the whole celebration thing. I had scheduled people for interviews. I have interviews planned for later this week. We're supposed to um, work together to get some fun stuff out for everybody. At least that was the plan. But since Twitch couldn't get anything right and ruined the announcement, nobody's going to understand what I'm doing. It's not going to be nearly as much fun. I don't know. Maybe it will be. Maybe I'm just too grumpy because Twitch can't get things right. I don't know why I thought they would. Maybe I thought since it was theirs that they would have been closer to right. But thank you. I do apologize for being grumpy. I just really wanted this to be fun. Thanks, Jax. I hope grocery shopping goes well. I should stop being grumpy. Twitch is just screwing everything up. I should be over this already. It's kind of what Twitch does. Freaking kidding me. I hate Twitch. They ruined my event. I was excited. I was excited. I'm shouldn't be grumpy. I'm sorry. It's still good news. It's still been 5 years. It's just sometimes when I have an event in mind and I actually get excited about it, I have a vision for how I want it to look and work, and I just want it to do that. And of course, this is not. They weren't supposed to say anything about the Twitch anniversary or the anniversary until the 6th when we had plans. So it being kind enough to do so on the wrong day is more than a little bit driving me nuts. Oh, cool. I'm glad she likes it. Watching babies with their walkers is so much fun. So I guess since Twitch has decided I'm not supposed to celebrate my anniversary when I want to, what are we gonna call the event that I had planned for the Twitch anniversary celebration? Since apparently it's not allowed to be my anniversary celebration. No, you guys probably didn't even hear anything I just said. Oh, that was great. Thank you so much, Mike. Who is getting upset? Is that outside? Okay. Aw. Mijo, I didn't give Lovey enough. Do you do you guys have any suggestions? And since I don't have to plan it for any specific date, I guess we won't do it on the 6th, and I'll plan this a little slower. So, what should we name this? Any suggestions, ideas? I've got some of the most brilliant, creative minds in my chat right now. It says 24 hours of interviews, service discussions, chat, um, hopefully fun, some giveaways. So, what should we call this event? 1:30, started crying, gave her a small bottle. So she ate and then needed a changing, which makes sense. Oh, good. At least one of them's going after all the moths and flies. Yes. I'm using Meld Studio. I stopped using OBS because it was too much for my system. When we go to ads, I'm going to step away for a moment. Ads on Twitch, we're going to step away for a moment. Check my YouTube feed and make sure that's working right because I forgot to check it. I set it up and then didn't check. So not at all helpful. Go me. All right, we're good. Part of this is part of it is that I don't have it set up right in front of my mouth. So I just added a game. I unintentionally, like my other one doesn't look good. Um, that's important. Is that better? Did the gain help? I put it up to 250. Okay, the ads start in 2 minutes 20 seconds. I'm gonna have to update that picture. Yeah, there is no excitement in that anniversary celebration thing today at all. I'm so sorry. I had a great idea. It didn't work. Thank you, Twitch. At least I thought it was a great idea. I should just figure out what to do with the other trash mic. Hey, Jessica. Sorry. Didn't mean to startle you. Just scratch my head. Are we in ads? We don't seem like we're in ads. Why is my app thing not working? And the cat knocked the microphone over. Of course, that makes total sense. Are we golden? Sorry. I have no idea what's working and what's not working. I'm sorry.
Jules Gabriel Verne was born to Pierre Verne and Sophie Verne in Nantes, France in 1828. He started off with a very fascinating and complex foundation to life. On one hand, his father is a by the book legal professional. He is the kind of person that will tell you how it is and what his expectations are of the situation and circumstance, and there was never room for his son to wonder what was expected of him. And on the other hand, his mother, Sophie, came from a nautical family. They were navigators and shipbuilders. They were adventurers in Jules's eyes. They were aware of things that he could only dream of. He thrived in this small port city, getting to experience life with sailors around and the harbor that brought in goods and resources from all over the world. And it was described, anyway, at the time as a feast for the senses and really fed the young imagination that Jules had at the time. Being that he was part of an upper middle class family, he had a comfortable upbringing in general. He had a quality education, he had opportunities that a lot of young men his age may or may not have had. He was supported through his social status, but he was also supported through his location. His imagination was cultivated because growing up in Natus, the major port city, this location on the Loire River gave Jules so much time to watch the ships come in and out, to see what those goods were that it was bringing in, but more importantly, to hear the adventures of the sailors, to hear the things that pushed them and inspired them to continue to go out on the seas. And this just cultivated a curiosity and a fascination in Jules, so much so that at 11 years old, he attempted to get himself stowed away in one of the long distance ships and head out on adventure like Pokemon Hunter, in this case for adventure. He wanted to be a cabin boy in a long distance vessel and never return to Natas as a young man. However, as the story goes, his father found him and caught him and made him promise not to travel except in his own imagination. Needless to say, I think we have all benefited from that promise. But he kept his word for the longest time as a child. He did keep his word. He did everything his father wanted. He thrived in every possible way. Uh, he encountered what his dream was for the start, and then he encountered what his father saw and expected of him, and eventually chose to follow what was expected of him. And eventually, he went to Paris. In 1849, he earned his degree in law. And during this time, it was common for the family to continue to support you well into your adulthood until such time as you can support them. So this meant Jules fell on hard times because in the 1840s in Paris, it was just a thriving location for artistic inspiration and the theater and the world of late night discussions and art and acting and scripts. And he was meeting major literary figures and soaking up the whole thriving, artistically creative atmosphere Paris offered at the time, which is starkly different from the humdrum, boring life of the by the book legal professional his father saw. as his future. And during this time, he met pivotal figures such as Alexander Dumas, who will be on our list of writers through history as well. And through these relationships, his writing was encouraged, despite the fact that his father then cut off all financial support.
Okay, so that works better. Let's go over here. Can you guys, are you hearing me okay? Okay. Okay. You still barely hear me. I've increased the gain to 250%. Let's 259%. Let's go higher. Is that better? And now I got to get this straight because new microphones always require adjustments, but are we good? This is gain at 400%. Clearly, this microphone isn't great. Honestly, this one is not a good it is not a name brand microphone. So I'm not sure. It's supposed to be a dynamic microphone, which is supposed to be better than the one I had. But obviously not so sure. Not so sure. Sure, let me look it up. I actually bought this one specifically by accident. trying to see how far back I'm going to have to go to find it. It will take a moment. Oh, sorry, not dynamic condenser. Oops. You have water. I gave you water, baby girl. Working on it, child. Get your nose out of my bottle. And I broke it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I don't plan on keeping this. It's pointed toward me, um, but a few. It's a few inches from the side from. Okay, so it's right here. So it's technically from my side or on my side. I just also have to be sitting pretty close to it to get the volume right, which is fine. But I need something for during the stream. I need something in front of me. My other option is attached to is my podcast setup, which is on my other computer. Let me put this back on. Speaking of which, um, which I can switch computers with that. I'm ultimately going to be moving though the stream over to the podcast computer. I just haven't done so yet. Although I guess with the other microphone going out, maybe that's a good indicator. I should have it done. I should do that. Let's see. Sorry, you're looking at the disaster. I don't know if you can see. Let's see. This is the one I'm using. This is the podcast one. I took that out so I wouldn't get confused. But this is. Not sure how well you can see it. Oh, sorry. And I'm sure me tapping it is probably not great either. No, I wasn't thinking. I gotta take my medicine. So they are. I'm looking forward to when they're not. Points to the ceiling. I could, but I'm worried about the weight pulling it out of the. Oh, wow. Yep. I know I don't have to clean my desk off. Let me give everybody that impression. The fact that it is definitely not pretty. Let's see. Okay, so it's technically up toward the sky. Yeah. I'm ultimately what I'm going to be doing is moving from here to here. Well, there's two small screens and one big screen. Thank you very much, by the way. Um, and the smaller screens are going to represent each of the two computers, and the bigger screen I'm going to switch between. But this one is going to be my workhorse, and this one's going to be my backup, basically. But it's been my streaming machine because I wasn't able to get the podcast stuff done the way I needed to over there. It's now set up. We've tested it. We've recorded on it. It looks good. So I should be able to move. My day-to-day stuff will probably still be here, but all of my audio video stuff will be over on the other one, including streaming. And then once I've done that, the better microphone will be the one that I'm using. The one that was actually recommended by a professional to me for the home setup. But I have it pointing up. You'll have to tell me if that works. But this microphone that I'm using is going to be pretty temporary. It's just that my other microphone, it might just be the other cord that died. We haven't tested all the things yet. Oh.
Aside from in the literal sense, don't you know That a power that big comes with a bigger expense. And can you see that she's out of control and overzealous? I'm telling you for your own good and not because I could show you how to be strong in the real way, and I know that we can be strong.
PCAP is awesome. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, the podcast setup is better. I should just take this as my cue to adjust accordingly. Especially since it's actually ready. I was originally going to wait and do it during this celebration that is Twitch was good enough to screw up. Still need to come up with a new name since obviously it's not for my anniversary. So 24 hours of author fun. That sounds like a thing? Maybe? Okay. Hmm. I've already started recording too for the event for what was supposed to be the anniversary event. So I really need a new name for it because other people are like the first videos they're congratulating me in for my anniversary because that's what it was supposed to be. But I appreciate it wasn't necessary, but that was kind of the whole point of why I was doing this. I wanted to share the anniversary celebration with all the most awesome people here on Twitch that keep me coming back, keep me here. I thought it was
a great idea. But now we need a name for it because it didn't have a name. Because it was just an anniversary event. What do you think? What should we. Do you have any ideas? I hope your stream lurk goes well, Kindar. But I still need ideas. So if anybody is in the chat would love to give me some, I appreciate you for it. Sorry about the train. I'm gonna mute. Maybe. Okay, I think it's gone. Okay, so the microphone right then was actually picking up across the room. Which it shouldn't be doing, in theory. I guess it's not going to matter. Tomorrow's stream will be on the new podcast setup.
Okay. We are in ads on Twitch. Remember, if you would like a kitty and you're over on YouTube, you will have to come over to Twitch to say hello just once, and you will get a kitty on Twitch. The kitty will show up on the screen. You don't have to hang out there if you don't want to. But that's how you get a kitty. YouTube does not let us do that kind of fun stuff for whatever reason. But we can with Twitch, so we do. Okay. Is that yours? No. Okay. Did you need me to say that, little miss? Like, really? I love my babies. All right, so what are we gonna call next weekend's event? Because I've got to start doing the pictures and the everything for it. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so are you attempting to torment her? Okay, just checking. We have discussed the whole don't torment our sister thing numerous times. Okay. Also, we have a new member of the right team. Hmm. Well, since that microphone doesn't work the same way as it's supposed to, we'll figure this out. So, this is supposed to be a week from tomorrow. What are we going to call it? Mm-mm. It was supposed to be my anniversary celebration, so I didn't really need one. But since Twitch screwed that up, now I don't know what to call it. Twitch was not supposed to announce my anniversary today. They were supposed to announce it on the 6th with the rest of the event. My affiliate, I don't know. No, I figure we'll just make it a 24-hour author event of some kind. Um, it's just that I wouldn't have planned it without it being for the anniversary. And it's not a bad thing because I do love my fellow authors and I love supporting our streamers. I think that Twitch is insanely amazing as far as networking and community goes. And I absolutely love the community we have here. and the people who come and visit you and baby girl and Kendar and just everybody. Cypher and yeah, mine is hopefully gonna turn on in a few minutes. I know there's got to be something fun we can come up with, you know? It's not like I can't still make it for my anniversary. It's just it doesn't feel right now. Having Twitch announce it while we're doing the things fits. It fit. They screwed it up. I changed the date numerous times this week to make sure it took, and it never took apparently. So, mm, mm, Okay, so I don't know, author celebration, author 24 hours of your favorite author chaos. I don't know, we didn't really do chaotic things. I guess. Okay. So we've got Author Fest 24, Authors Around the Clock. Okay, Authors Around the Clock actually doesn't sound so bad. Um, I kind of like Authors Around the Clock. What do you think? Author Takeover, Authors All Day, Author Relay. Ooh, that could be fun. Author Relay. Okay, so we got Book Beyond, Book Talk and Beyond 24 Hours Live. The Endless Author Stream. The Great Author Marathon. Ooh, the Great Author Marathon. What do you think? That could be fun. I think maybe the Great Author Marathon, and maybe we can make this an annual event. What do you think? Or perhaps quarterly. Maybe not the Great Author event. What if we made this quarterly? What could we name this? Book Solstice. That could be fun. Author Convergence. Hello, Juxtapositor. How are you? Welcome back. How was the grocery store? Are you hearing me okay? We are having fun. It's a temporary microphone. And I am currently brainstorming a new name for the event that was supposed to happen on September 6th, is supposed to happen on December 6th. Since it's clearly not my anniversary event like it was originally planned to be, thank you, Twitch. Um, so now I want a new name for it and make it a repeat thing and make it fun. Hmm. So, if we're going to make this fun, um, oh, most of the time the receipt checkers at the door don't actually need to check it if your stuff's bagged. Does she not know that? Which I'm assuming coming from the checkout, your stuff would be bagged. Am I wrong? Okay. But the rest of her stuff was bagged. They're not worried about her. Yeah. They're probably not worried about her. They get more worried when if all she did was bring in the toilet paper. I love my cats. I'm gonna go fix that now. Hello, Johnny, over on YouTube. Welcome to the stream. I do not know the language that was typed in, but hello, hello. You caught me right as I'm about to get up. Welcome to the stream. Would love to hear from you. uh, I will be right back. It is a unique name for on a Twitch for a Twitch hand. I'd love to know the story behind it.
Was born to Pierre Verne and Sophie Verne in Nantes, France in 1828. He started off with a very fascinating and complex foundation to life. On one hand, his father is a by the book legal professional. He is the kind of person that will tell you how it is and what his expectations are of the situation and circumstance, and there was never room for his son to wonder what was expected of him. And on the other hand, his mother, Sophie, came from a nautical family. They were navigators and shipbuilders. They were adventurers in Jules' eyes. They were aware of things that he could only dream of. He thrived in this small port city, getting to experience life with sailors around and the harbor that brought in goods and resources from all over the world. And it was described anyway at the time as a feast for the senses and really fed the young imagination that Jules had at the time. Being that he was part of an upper middle class family, he had a comfortable upbringing in general. He had a quality education, he had opportunities that a lot of young men his age may or may not have had. He was supported through his social status, but he was also supported through his location. His imagination was cultivated because growing up in Nantes, the major port city, this location on the Well, what language do you speak, Johnny? So, yeah, what language do you speak? My cats were being difficult and they were kind enough to tear up everything in front of my air conditioner, which I guess we're about ready to take that out of this window, I guess, maybe.
But we are attempting to. So we have season pass authors live. I don't know if I like that so much. I don't know. I hate it, but I don't know if I love it. I'm getting a list of suggestions. Is what I've done. I'm just looking for some good title suggestions for the author event on the 6th. Right. No, I agree. I agree. Which is why I say they don't generally actually worry about people like your sister. They're concerned with people who aren't trying to care about, like, they have serious concerns um for what gets involved with their um loss. And so that's why they have people there to check these things. But yeah, they really aren't that worried about people like your sister. If you've got everything else bagged, they almost don't even care if you stop or not. They might ask you to if they have had no one to talk to or something, but they really don't care. I don't really love quarterly author marathon. So my point is, ignoring them wouldn't hurt your sister at all. Even if she doesn't get that. Okay. Um, Author Assembly, Writers Republic, Storytellers Summit. No, I think there's actually one of those already. Writers Room Quarterly, Authors Unplugged, The Story Session Bookstream Quarterly, Author Exchange. Hmm. Okay, see now that might be by virtue of who you're dealing with, because I know I've got the ones in my store are not really big on doing exactly that. If you have most of your stuff bagged in my store, and I don't know if they're doing something different than the way they're trained, which is possible for sure. Um, but they don't seem to stress people if what they have is predominantly bagged and they've done what they need to do for the most part and it's pretty obvious. That's when they pay attention. But I agree, they shouldn't be treating everybody like they're criminals because not everybody is. Most people are not. And if yours are the author exchange, that could be fun. The author arcade would sound like fun, certainly fits Twitch. Book broadcast. That one seems promising. Um, we should do live from the library at my library. That would be fun. Well, no, they probably are on the last part because they don't seem to have empathy there. I don't know if that's the goal as far as having the checkers in the first place. I do know that some of the checkers do step over reach. Although I haven't really had that happen in so long, at least not at our store. Um, and obviously, each group of people are different, so how they're handling it might be different. And I can't say that they have empathy for that single mother who is desperately just trying to feed her family, because we know they don't. Perhaps they used to when they were first founded, because I'm pretty sure that was kind of part of the thought process of the original founder based on what I have encountered about him. But since he passed, that has not been the case for sure. It's all about the money making machine that Walmart has become. And Walmart is the one store that consistently has checkers. And as much as I do also understand that they're going through a period of excessive financial loss due to theft, specifically since COVID, which is actually what originally had them eliminate the checker door checker position altogether, and the backlash that people had, because there is a point where the greeters who are there warm and friendly, especially the older folks that are really just glad to be there, to have something to do, but also get to see people and not be stuck and get a little bit of a something to go with their stuck income. People were very upset. People were, but I have zero doubt some of them are going overboard. I do know that they are trying to dissuade people who from stealing for sure. I would not be surprised if among those people they want to dissuade are people who are not really thieves, because really that's the only people they're being effective on are those who are not thieves, because those are the ones who are going to follow the rules. Those are the ones who are going to be trying to do the things. If you're walking out with 6 TVs, no receipt, you clearly know what you're doing and you know you're a thief, and them asking to check your receipt is not going to keep you from stealing those TVs. That's just the truth. And there are methods that they're no longer using that used to be helpful. But I guess my understanding, anyway, is that they got sued over some of that. And I still don't fully understand why that worked that way. Because if somebody was, well, I know that there was a guy some years ago that got himself stuck in a place he was robbing. He was stealing, I think it was a restaurant, from the restaurant actively. And he got stuck and he got injured. And he was not only allowed to sue the restaurant, but he won damages against the restaurant because they made it difficult for him to steal. Like, really, dude? That this was an okay thing? So there's some level of absolute confusion to me, and I don't disagree that they need to come up with solutions, but I also don't disagree that they need those solutions not to be trying to intimidate people. I don't know that that really is doing what they want it to do. And like the greeters who are just greeters, basically, who are sweet and generally paying attention, if they could take notes of some kind and be like, okay, you are going to be reported to the police without even having to say anything. Just do it. Like, that's their job. They just collect the information and don't, because they're in the right place. They can step outside the door. There's no reason why they can't walk to wherever in the parking lot without being, right in the middle of it all, and tell them, this is the person who stole those 5 or 6 TVs. I like I said, I would like to see some method of them doing it in a way that isn't intended for intimidation. I think would be useful, because I do see value in the position when they find a different way. Does that make sense? As a business owner, I wouldn't want somebody stealing from me. And I would certainly want to find methods of doing that, but I'm also the same person who recognizes that piracy is going to happen. I, as a matter of fact, it's a pretty good indicator that your books are probably popular enough that somebody thinks they're going to be able to make it worthwhile to do so. And, there are worse things. And the people who are going to pirate your books anyway are not the people who are going to buy your books in the first place. But perhaps one or two of them will, and you may luck out in that regard. But they weren't going to buy from you anyway. That's just reality. If they were going to buy from you, they would have bought from you in the first place. Um, but yeah, I would like to see them find a different way of doing things. I don't think it would be such a bad thing. I know around here, my dad runs a Walmart overnight shift, and I can't wait till he retires, just because I can't wait till he retires. But he runs a Walmart overnight shift, and in that regard, he has had at least one. He's there until 6 or 7 in the morning, so he gets to see a little bit of both shifts. And with that in mind, have they have a checker that was used to the way they used to do things, which, if somebody is sitting here trying to steal, they were supposed to report it, and it was supposed to get addressed by security. Well, in the process of attempting to report these 3 individuals, because one of them ended up recording the event, uh, they literally beat the ever loving snot out of a 60-year-old man who, and then they wanted to film it like somehow this guy was in the wrong. He wasn't in the wrong. He asked them to wait a moment. They didn't wait. This was on the video. I don't know why they were recording before they started beating him, but they were. And then they continued to record afterwards, and it went into evidence. But he got fired. He got fired. They beat him, but he got fired. And nobody stepped in to help him. Security didn't step in. Nobody did, which I thought was absolutely awful. Because why would you do that? Like, why would you let something like that happen? And he was just a greeter. He wasn't trying to be, like, he wasn't anything big. He was a greeter. He did his job, and then he asked them to wait so he could get, and asked for security, had already called security. So they really need to find a better way to do this. I don't know. Okay, I do agree that one is stealing from a person, one is stealing from a profit margin. I don't know about it. Enough of the theft, enough of the theft causes prices to go up, which ultimately steals from people in the uh, long term. They will ultimately, the people who eat that are you and me. The people who eat that are the people who are being honest and paying their share of whatever. And if you're that single mother speaking from experience, that little bit does make a huge difference in what you're able to do. It it changed a lot for me. Every time they would just inch the prices up because of stuff going on. And I would not want to be a part of what's giving them an excuse to inch those prices up. I do think they need to find a better way to do this. I firmly agree with you on that. The people they're intimidating or they think maybe. I'm not doing their numbers though, so I don't know. I do know that if something were to happen, there's a lot of people that would be unable to work. I would like to see things improve in general. That would be beautiful. I would like to see a lot of this stuff go back to actually caring about those who work there and caring about those in the community, which, you know, makes a big difference. That's the reason why people love mom and pop shops so much because you know that they actually cared about you. They asked you about your family. They talked to you about the situations and the life and the it was beautiful. It was an arrangement that we just don't have anymore very often, which is unfortunate. Maybe I'm just looking for the better positives wherever I can, which is would be like me. Okay, so to the names of what we're gonna call next week's event. What should we call it? What suggestions would you have, Jux? Because you are one of my most brilliant friends and creative, and I love your insights. What should we call this for next week? It's supposed to be September 6th, was supposed to be the anniversary celebration. Obviously, it's not because Twitch decided it wasn't because it didn't listen any of the times I told it to change the announcement. So, I kind of like the Writers Room Quarterly. What do you think? I get what you're saying too, Jox. I do. I get, this is where a difference in perspectives comes sometimes. And if you got to rest, please take care of you. You're pretty awesome, and I love you to bits. And honestly, I appreciate that we can talk about stuff. I do. I am always grateful for your company. Always, always, always. Thank you for throwing the good microphone on the floor, kiddo. That was totally what I needed you to do, but okay. So I need to work on trying to depict one of these. Book stream quarterly, maybe author stream quarterly? It's been 5 years. I have no intention of not streaming. You guys are all stuck with me. Oh, I know. Hun, I didn't take it as though you were mad at me at all. Frustrated by the situation, for sure. And I get that. 100% I get that. But I didn't think it as you were mad. Get some rest. Take good care of you. Hi, tiny butt. I'm going to behave. baby. While Jasmine is under there, I can't have you under there, honey. All right, so we are at 4 viewers, which is gonna make. Let's see if we can get a few more suggestions. Like nothing about these my list currently is exciting for me. Story Street Live, author consolation. I like that one. Bookwave, ooh, Bookwave Quarterly. The Narrative Network, the Book Bureau. Ooh, I kind of like that. The Book Bureau. What do you guys think? Hmm. For those on YouTube that are seeing some of my notifications, they are Twitch notifications. So if you have a YouTube suggestion that you would like me to include in my suggestions, feel free to drop it in the chat. Let me know what your thoughts are. I would love to know the other authors that you're following. I have some suggestions that I could update for YouTube and probably should. Um, the first one I'm going to tell you is Self Publishing with Dale. I think he is awesome. He is ethical. He is going to give you the best advice and information. He is timely on the news, on author news, in a manner that actually allows us to do what we do well and to stay appraised of all the changes that are going on in the industry. So if you're on YouTube and you're not already following Self Publishing with Dale, you should be, in my humble opinion. Besides that, I would absolutely welcome anybody you guys are following. I have others, but I would love to include those who are on your mind as well. So if you are on YouTube, please feel free to let me know. Besides who you're following over there, we are going to be putting on a 24-hour live event. It will be going on both YouTube and Twitch. We are going to have a plethora of authors that are coming on. They're going to be doing interviews both live and recorded. This will be a 24-hour event, so the recorded ones will probably be in the overnight hours, whatever those turn out to be. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. If you would like to be involved with this without being in the interviews, please feel free to let me know. We will be doing this on September 6th, so any input or support is appreciated. All right. Story Central Station could be fun. Authors in the Round could be fun. The Story Engine. The Story Syndicate. I don't know. Do we want to do that? Hmm. Okay, so I need to make arrangements with my favorite animators and emote creators, which means Kitten Sapphire and hopefully Hanabi, if I can get a hold of them. Because those are the two that have created emotes for my channel. Kitten is going to make an anniversary emote that will be available on the 6th. Uh, I might have to talk to Hanabi about that too. Um, but I want to do something fun for everybody, so we're going to give away the new. We'll announce the new emote next week. I have no idea what the new emote or emotes will be. In Kitten's case, I have made it entirely up to her what she does. I might do the same thing with Hanabi. I love the cat Hanabi made. Because I wanted to do something. I want to do something unique, or something at least we haven't done on this stream. Hmm. Hmm. Sorry about that, guys. Yes, tiny butt. Hmm. Okay, I am glad you are here. I require some assistance. Um, so Twitch didn't listen to the date change for the announcement for the anniversary event. So everyone's coming in excited that it's my anniversary today, which is not the goal. But I've already started pulling things together for next week, so I need to have a name for next week since it's no longer an anniversary event because Twitch took care of that for me.
Our late anniversary event is Twitch is a jerk.
Huh?
Our late anniversary event is Twitch doesn't know how to listen. Might be a bit happy with that.
Just a bit. Oh, I I was thinking maybe we could go with something different, something fun, maybe something we could repeat if it goes well. Maybe we could go with something different, maybe something fun, something maybe repeatable.
Man, wait.
Okay, so I had some ideas for names. Okay, actually, let's be honest. Are we back? We should be back. You'll have to tell me. Are we back? Hello, Kirsten. Okay, so I need some. Okay, let's be realistic. I did not, in fact, have ideas for names, so I asked Claude, which means I have some. I have a list of possible options. We are naming. Okay, as I was explaining to Kitten, Twitch is telling everybody today is my Twitch anniversary, which technically is August 22nd. Would be the day I actually streamed for the first time, but I qualified uh, for uh, Brain affiliate on like 2 weeks later, so it'd be roughly the 5th if it were this year. So I figured I would do the celebration on the 6th. However, if you notice, Twitch is telling everybody about it today, which I changed everything on their platform to tell everybody about it on the 6th when I have a 24-hour author interview marathon planned that I have already started recording for, already started prepping for. You see where I'm a little disappointed with Twitch. I was excited, but I don't really want to lose the momentum or change what we were going to do because I know once I get going later this year with other things, it's going to be a very big challenge to make stuff happen. And so I'm excited. I've got the momentum. I want to keep capitalize on it. I'm frustrated with Twitch for being twitchy, but it's Twitch. So what we're naming is the event for next week. Since Twitch said I have to name it because it can't just be an anniversary event anymore. It is more.
A week late anniversary event.
Kitten is running with the week late anniversary event. I was thinking maybe something fun, something we could duplicate.
That's not fun. My ADHD got in the way, so we're a week late for an anniversary event.
That's awesome. Sorry. I don't know if you heard Kitten, but she's awesome. Okay. Okay. Kitten said, my ADHD got in the way, so we're celebrating a week late. Anniversary event. That's what she said. That's what had me laughing so hard. Because it's so possible. It's not actually the case, but it is so fits. Like it just does. Like I've started recording. I've got people scheduled for the 6th. which is kind of the reason why I'm not giving up on it. Because, I mean, people have already said, yes, I'll be there. And the recordings all say, you know, happy anniversary, Twitch anniversary, which is appreciated. Speaking of Tier, I would love to have you on. Kitten has even agreed to be on. Yes, you did. I asked you if you would be okay with it. I thought I asked you.
I remember us having this conversation, and it really wasn't much of a conversation. You said that that would be fun. You never actually asked me out there.
Okay, so do you not want to do it? Next Saturday. You can record it. It doesn't have to be long. It could be like 15 minutes. That's all I was figuring on doing with you anyway. I figured we talk about the art and the arting and how authors can commission you. Girl, that's a given. Yes, I would like to have you on, Tier. In the interviews and the author conversations and stuff. You've done so much great research on things that I don't think about that I bet would be fun to have to share if you're up for it. Or perhaps just fun for everybody listening to your awesomeness and your experience and your knowledge. But if you are not up for it, or like Kitten, apparently I voluntold without meaning to have voluntold. Which, I mean, I can't pretend like I haven't done, so. Oh, great, I'm getting an anniversary raid on the anniversary day, non-celebration day. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, MJ. How are you? It is a pleasure to see you. Thank you for coming in. Sorry if you guys can't hear me. New microphone for today. Hey, Panda. Everybody who has said hello, there are kitties coming in with your name on them. They are going to be super cute bubbles. Welcome in, Elena Cat. It is hello, Helper. How are you? How are you doing, Zal? How is everyone doing? How is your stream, MJ? How are you, Decaf? For those who do not know, my podcast partner, who was kind enough to do an interview with me for next week's event already, because they're awesome, is MJ. And if you have not followed our podcast channel yet, you really need to, because the podcast will begin launching. Honestly, so here's the thing. It wasn't supposed to tell anybody today was the podcast or the anniversary. Sorry, I was pulling up the podcast channel. I thought I was pulling up the podcast channel. Apparently I was not. Now I am. Right, but it did. It was supposed to save that for next week. So it didn't. Yeah, you know, it actually, technically, I think it's starting at about a week before, because my actual first day of streaming was August 22nd. Don't ask why the day sticks in my head. I really don't know. But I know it was August 22nd was my first day to stream in 2020. And I only took 2 weeks to get affiliated, so it'd be like the first week of September, which is part of why the 6th felt like the right call for when to do this. And so I went into Twitch. Twitch lets you change the announcement date, and it never took the announcement change, apparently, So it's announcing it today, a week early. So I've decided that we're just going to rename the 24-hour event. I am going to make it a double stream. You already have in the recording, and I appreciate you for that. But I'm excited. I think this will be good stuff for us, or for everything, because I do plan on touting a lot of for those who do not know, we're going to tout our podcast. We're gonna come up with something to tout our podcast, because that would be awesome. And for those who do not know, MJ is the latest author that I have kidnapped as part of the Bright team. Because I kidnap people. Kitten says I've put a bag over her head and ran. So she is the latest member of the Bright team. So we will be looking for additions. I will have to send you all of that information, or all the stuff I need from you to get your profile up on Inexhaustible Media and everything else that goes with it, and send you the stuff. So that will be coming today, as a matter of fact, because I get to sit here today and actually work, which is beautiful. So I hope things go well with the day. Okay, give me a second, guys. Okay, they are not me coding them myself. Decaf, I got a private jet. When did I get with the private jet, and how much gold does it currently have that it needs more? Let me know and I'll pause for a moment and pop up. Now you got it. All right, give me a second, guys. Kitten's got something. Fuel the jet. Yes, we need all the fuel for the jet as possible. What do you mean no mutes and shenanigans? We like mute. Oh no, he's an autonomon. He's not human. You can hear again. I have captured a fur boy. He has demanded attention, so everyone say hi, Sachel. See, look, Sachel, there's 13 people. Yes, he is a fur boy. He is a massive fur boy. At least for this household. See? Sachel, people are saying hi to you. You gonna purr in the microphone? I am using a temporary microphone. My other microphone is dead. No clue why. I haven't tested it anywhere, so that's part of it. I was just like, all right, fine. It's too early in the morning. I just want to get this stuff done. Let's get this stuff done. Oops. I should stop hitting the microphone though. I'm sure that doesn't help your ears. And so it's been a thing. Sir, can I have my hand back? Is that a no? You must pet your head. Well, at least he's not trying to steal Kitten's food now. Ads complete. Yay! I like your telemarketer scenarios. They're entertaining as heck. Oops. Also, I liked your story. Oh, yes, he's going to. It's what he does. Uh-huh. He's going all the way around. Because then you're not watching, totally. Did you know that? He's walking all the way around the house to get the long scenic route to get to Kitten so that he can, be adorable and then try to steal her chicken. Are you guys hearing me on this microphone okay? This is a temporary microphone, and I don't know why I didn't just bother to switch over to the podcast stuff. From now on, I will be on the podcast computer. I do have to set that up for YouTube tandem stream, which I do not currently have that set up for. And we will be more flexible in what we can do with the stream. I quit. I'm not going to keep trying to set it up so it points at me. I'm done. It's crazy. So am I. We're going to run with that. I was amazing for a moment when it was facing me, and then it fell backwards again. I'm missing a piece, and I don't know how I managed to be missing that piece, but I'm missing a piece that sits in a joint. So, great. So it's tight enough that it holds it for a bit, but sometimes the weight just pulls it all the way back. So it's a thing. Okay. So I'm trying to figure some names for next week's thing, is what I'm saying. For the celebration. That is not just the alternative ADHD celebration. It's planned as my celebration, but I am totally open to making it more. And I wouldn't mind doing like a 24-hour stretch quarterly where we would have more time to plan it and I would have more time to get my brain wrapped around making it happen. Um, I think it would be fun. Uh, so, since I have so many of you, decaf, would you mind cutting the section where kitten, hmm where MJ and I were talking about why we want to do this podcast? Would you mind cutting that from the video for me and formatting it for me to fit into the Twitch stuff? Decaf, if they're still lurking. Decaf is the podcast producer, so if you guys are not following the incredible Decaf, you should be. Did that work? I have no idea. Hopefully it did. I don't get evidence of the fancy shout out working either. I would be grateful, Decaf, if you would. It would be awesome. Mm. But we've got awesome things ahead. We are going to have a 24-hour author celebration marathon fun. I am excited to be able to do this with everybody. I would like to include everybody. Um, would you cut part of the original podcast that talks about why we want to do the podcast from both of our perspectives? You are wonderful. I'm going to use it in next week's event, and then I'll probably trickle it out on YouTube too, if that works for everybody. And I'll drop that in the joint conversation about the podcast to make sure MJ's good with that. I've already talked, obviously, when we were hanging out last or Tuesday, I spoke to her about cutting it. So, in the first place, I just figured we should put it to double use. Yeah, basically. Well, I don't think it's gonna. I don't know. I was thinking the entire part of that conversation, and I would just use it as one of the pre-recorded segments. Um, do you know what I mean? But for next week, but it wouldn't hurt to be in shorts either, now would it? I get paid this weekend. I think I'm going to send you a little bit more so we can cut that. Okay. Then let's do that and I'll send some over for you to do that. Yeah, it is. We have our first podcast is over an hour long already. And then we will be recording 2 more on Tuesday, and hopefully 2 more the Tuesday after that. At which point, once Decaf has had the chance to go through and do the things, we will be moving them over to YouTube initially, and then I will work on stripping audio. And yes, I still want to get Reader's Retreat up. I don't think that'll be done by next week. But we still need to schedule you into the day. Do you want to do a live interview, Angel, or do you want to do um, an interview, a pre-recorded interview? Okay. So I've got the first one is actually scheduled with Tellen next week at 6 p.m. Eastern time. Where did my book schedule? Where'd they throw it? Oh, it's right here. Okay. So this hour is this is the 9 a.m. hour, which is good. So we got 5 p.m., 9/6 Central Time, 9 a.m. Central Time. This is Angel. I don't know what it is locally to you, Angel. But that is true, and you've been up for a bit too, wouldn't you? You're what? It's 5 p.m. for you. Oh yeah. Oh, this is a good time. Okay, and it's 9 a.m. for me. So this definitely works. And then I need to work on. So we've got a 5 a.m. or 5 p.m. and a 9 a.m. for next week, and then we have one of the recorded and a schedule on Sunday evening to record another one for next week. See, at 5 a.m. I'm getting up and streaming. So, what are we going to call this? The Great Author Marathon? I'm thinking the Author Relay could be fun. The book broadcast. I like live from the library, but I want to apply that to my actual library. So there's that. Bookstream Quarterly, the Author Exchange. I like the Author Exchange. So let's see. Oh yeah, the Author Convergence I also like. Reloom.io. Okay, let me write that down. The entertaining part, I think, for my school assignments, it won't be this year, it'll be next year. I think I actually have to build a website, which I've done it a few times. I used to hand code them. I don't ever want to HTML build a website again, ever in my life. No, I don't have to. I can't be made. It is not happening. Quarterly Author Marathon could also be fun. Season Pass Authors Live, which I kind of like because we are on Twitch. I will probably strip the audio from each and every one of these interviews and put them up on Spotify and elsewhere. and turn it into something we can share so that everybody. Thank you for the lurk, Sarlacc. It is a pleasure to see you. Thank you for coming in with the raid. Uh, Author Orbit. That's fun. We got the book broadcast, which I mentioned. The Author Arcade. What do you guys think of that? Writers Room Quarterly, I didn't think was too bad. I asked for some ideas. Yes, I still want it in episode 1 for sure. I just want it also separate in another video. Yes. Something that I can use as a part of my rotation here on Twitch next week. So yes, please. Pretty please. Thank you. Really? You move that fast? I shouldn't be surprised. You're pretty epic at this. I still want to do a recording with you if you're up for it. Something that talks about what you do and how you do it. It is just highlighting. And maybe offer some tips for authors if you're up for it. Something short, something quick, and something that gets you some attention so people come hire you. Or at least know they can. And know that you know what you're doing. Which I know you know what you're doing. I'm grateful you know what you're doing. No, but you can give video advice, which is already fabulous for authors because we're usually not thinking in video. But those who do end up giving are some pretty successful, some pretty successful results. And that's a beautiful thing. Mm. You would be just fine here, even on camera. Could you imagine this being an actual endless author stream? That would be insane. The author relay sounds like fun, though, doesn't it? Okay, so the ones I've kind of narrowed down, I'd really, really like your input. Pretty please. Author Exchange, Bookstream Quarterly, Book Broadcast, Season Pass, Authors Live, uh, and then we would probably go with Author Season Pass for um, um, Author Convergence, Quarterly Author Marathon, or Author Relay. What do you think sounds more interesting? What would you click on? What would get your attention? Most of the questions I'm going to be asking people are going to be about their streams, but I'm also going to be asking about their books. And those are going to be, each of these interviews will be separated and put out. Author Relay sounds like Relay for Life. Okay, so do you think I should not do that one? Should I cross that one off then? Author Convergence. Remember, whatever title we come up with for the day, I'm going to vary it for an ongoing version of a podcast, kind of. Just your first impression. Okay. So I put a question mark next to it and see what everybody else, see if I can get any other input. Author Exchange, Bookstream Quarterly, Book Broadcast, Season Pass, Authors Live. Oh, yeah, that's a great length. We did talk a lot, didn't we? Quarterly author marathon. Yeah, MJ and I are funny. Once we start talking, neither of us know how to. I mean, we. She's very good about. She's very good about keeping us back on topic. I used to interview professionally for years. It's just what I did, and it was good money, and I miss it. But I would like to do this with everybody. I think it would be fun, and this could maybe we'll do this. We'll create 24 author things every uh, every quarter, maybe, and then I'll just schedule them out on Spotify so we can amplify voice and range and reach. What do you think? I don't see why it doesn't make sense. A book broadcast. And so we'll start this next Saturday and we'll make this happen, or as close to it as possible as we can. And in the process, that wonderful 20-minute blurb will come up repeatedly throughout the day, throughout the 24-hour period. And it's going to talk about why MJ and I are doing this podcast that we're doing so that everybody knows, oops, to come say hi to us. Because, yeah, and to go and follow and to get involved. And it'll be worth it, guys. I promise. In the meantime, if I'm going to do this quarterly, we'll do this in September. That means the next one should be December. Is that right? Or January? It should be January. January might be hard with Stories on Fire, though, so December sounds like a better idea. And then April. No, it would be December. And then January, February, March. No, so it'll be March, June. So. No, right. Well, the good news is with the podcast setup, it's in a great spot and I don't have that problem. With the temporary one, it is exactly where I don't want it. And so you guys keep hearing me knock it. I know it doesn't feel good on the ears. I'm so sorry for that. So September, December, March, and June. Book stream quarterly, book broadcast, season pass to authors live. That feels like it's a big event, a big author centric or author only. I don't know. Ooh, and I sat up and hit it. Okay. Oh, very cool. Very cool. Link it, link it, my friend. Is the gig about your designs or cool? Link it, share it with everybody. You know me. The book Beacon doesn't sound so bad either. Okay. Sweet. You really broke that down nicely. I think this is going to be great for you, Angel. I would say your last one could be worded, my goal is to set to make, right now it says costumer, and I know you want it to say customer. So maybe write edit on your post. Oh, come on. Because costumer and customer are very different. Hello, Cypher. It is awesome to see you. Can we schedule you for next in the about this gig? Yes. Why choose my service? One-on-one service. Yep. I'll design the cover you want. Yep. Uh, I'm. I would say I'm available uh for communication or discussion, and then I work to. My goal is to satisfy the customer. That that would be my thing. Okay. So book Beacon. Do you guys like that as a title for next week? Author Constellation. Author Convergence Quarterly. Maybe. Thank you, Eclipse. How are you? Welcome to the stream. It is a pleasure to see you. We One of the things I'm discussing is what to call the rename version of the celebration I have planned for next week. I'm doing okay. I'm leaning toward Author Convergence Quarterly. And that will be a 24-hour marathon interview with authors and streamers for the first bit, or for the first 24 hours, or first event. And then we're going to take those and make that an audio event on Spotify and elsewhere, which I think is awesome. Help increase reach and improve people's opportunities. And yeah, I think it'll be good. What have you been up to? What are you enjoying? Does Author Convergence Quarterly catch any of your attention? Does that sound like a good event name for next week? Um, I mean, quarterly author marathon sounds like it's just what it is. Um, mm, oh, very cool. Enjoy dinner. I'm glad to hear the writing is flowing again. That is so beautiful. Ah, ads. Hi, Caterpillar. How are you? Hello. Voila. I realize ads are still up. Welcome back. Some co-writing. Great. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. That sounds wonderful, Caterpillar. I need to get all that stuff organized. It's been such a challenge with everything going on with mom. I'm grateful that things are moving forward and that I believe she will be feeling better soon. I'm so blessed that there are so many wonderful, wonderful people. But I'm glad you've got something working that's going well. I think that's beautiful. What project are you guys working on, or are you working on different projects? And if so, what project are you working on? Oh, that's awesome. Right. Oh, of course. I get it. Honestly, a lot of us started there. I imagine many authors, even uh, even Jules Verne and H.G. Wells were fan fiction authors. H.G. Wells more persistently so. So yeah, it's absolutely normal to start there. And you'll find that when you start creating and begging out and adjusting, that the world will not be the same, which is beautiful. There you go. And we know that there was a semi recent series of movies that was originally a fan fiction based on another indie author, a Twilight fan fiction. So lots of awesome stuff. Hmm. So what I'm saying is, it's a beautiful, wonderful place to start. If that's where the heart and inspiration is working, run with it. Oh, absolutely no reason. And yeah, organization can be a real challenge with that sort of thing, for sure. But I'm glad you guys are doing it. And I'm glad you're getting the flow because honestly, getting into that flow makes such a difference, doesn't it? Ah, Happy Dragon is always beautiful. I'm so glad to hear that, Caterpillar. That is so beautiful. I'm so happy to hear that. Hmm. I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't think I've heard that cipher. Hmm. All right. Well, the first podcast will be later this month, and we're going to do the 24-hour event on September 6th, which will be 24 hours of interviews. Those are going to go into, not into the podcast, but into a different podcast after the fact so that we can ensure that everybody gets the most maximum possible exposure. It's also going to be tandem shared on multiple streams or multiple locations because I believe that it's important to give everybody the reach and visibility. Like that's vital to me. You guys are all important, and I want to share what I can. I don't have a ton of a platform, but I'm going to expand it as broadly as I can to help everybody who is happy to celebrate with me and interview with me and have fun with me. Hopefully, you'll have fun. You are joining the chaos, right? Next weekend, Cypher? I think you said yes, but I'm verified. Since I've already confused some stuff and apparently fallen told people stuff and things I wasn't trying. September 6th, next Saturday. There will be 12, probably 12 live interviews and 12 recorded interviews. They will go throughout the day at different periods. There will be shorter interviews that will be kind of my break time in the middle of the shorter pre-recorded interviews that would be my break time in the middle of it all, and full-length interviews for authors that we will do pre-recorded and otherwise. As I've got Talon Artho that will be live at 6 p.m. Angel Faye that will be a live interview uh, at 9 a.m. These are, I'm sorry, 6 p.m. Central, 9 a.m. or 5 p.m. Central, 9 a.m. Central. I will English eventually. This is a new microphone. It will probably be the last time I use it, so I'll have to go through this adjustment thing again for next week, next tomorrow. Okay. I am happy to do either. My next slot will be about 10 o'clock in the morning Central Time, if that works. It'll be 11 Eastern. I can't remember what time zone you're in. Oh, you're Central too. Okay, so we got 10, 11, 12, and 1 that would fit into your request for a live interview. Would any of those slots work? So 10? You were on the schedule. Right now I'm going to be pre-recording as much as I can this week and next, or this next few days and then next week. And those will go into the rotation. Currently, I am working out the live schedule. So whoever comes in when they will have time. And I guess be going from there, basically. Okay. So if you know anybody else who might want to join in the interview, I'd like ideally this first round will be streamers, but I'm happy to host any author. Where did I put that? Oh, of course, that's where I put it. I'm hoping to make next week fun. It was supposed to be just for celebrating my anniversary and in sharing that with great people, but it's going to be so much more than that. I hope we can turn it into something that really helps people get to know the people I adore, I envy, I look up to, I appreciate, the people who are creative and who have created some really incredible work that just inspire me. And that includes you, Cypher. That includes Kirsten and Angel and Kindar and Nyx and Pope and Coffee. Mm, okay. So we've got lots of wonderful things to look forward to, and I'm hoping my current plan, at least as of right now, is that we'll do an interview. When I separate the interview out and turn it into the podcast thing, it'll be a long interview and a short interview. So it'll be like maybe an interview with an editor and an interview with an author. So the authors and the editors can find out where they can come back together, kind of thing. We'll do an interview with the video producer that we were working with for the podcast and maybe learn how to improve our our video, or tips for cutting it into multiple formats, or where to put it if it is in multiple formats. Um, the things that will benefit authors, the things that will make a difference for authors, even just in little bits, and the opportunity to talk about how Twitch has been good for us and the wonderful things that have come out of it. And, that'll be our 12, and we'll do all of those plus the recorded ones, and we'll get them scheduled out so that we can improve the visibility and the reach. And we'll include links and images and stuff. So if you have them, feel free to shoot them over to me. If you have like a PR kit of some kind, go ahead and send that over to me on Discord, and we'll make this work. I am not someone with a huge platform, but I am someone who is determined not to be still and not to be limited. So we're not. I'm going to do what I can to help everybody. Is what I'm saying. I don't know. It's the hope is there's just hope that whatever we do is going to help everybody and as many people as possible. Is kind of my point. I'm sure you haven't noticed that. Mm. Decaf, you are awesome. Would you send them over and so we can look at them, or did you do that already and I didn't? I haven't checked my email yet. Thank you, Decaf. Of course. Oh, goodness. I just realized the time. I've got an appointment here in about 15 minutes, so we are going to have to pivot, my friends. Not my favorite way of doing things, but it is a thing. So, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. Thank you for being your awesome selves. Thank you for all of your support and your company and helping me strategize some ideas and get things straight. Thank you, Decaf, for all your hard work and for all the awesomeness that you put into making the podcast what it is. I can't wait till we begin to release it. And if you guys can help us get some more people to follow, that would be fabulous. We're going to start releasing some shorts here soon so we can get some forward momentum on the podcast channel and give you guys a bit of a preview of all the things that are just incredible. I love you guys. Thank you so much for being awesome, for being you. We are rating one of my favorite streamers, and hopefully we'll be able to kidnap him for the stream, or yeah, for the interviews next week. Entertaining. My browser actually autofills the Tiger Rice. That's how often I visit his channel. I love it. I love you guys. I will see you tomorrow, and we will be on the podcast computer, so this will be very different. And I might need another hand tuning in the sound, so all of your help would be appreciated. I love you guys, and I will talk to you soon.